Well, look at that bounce. I wish I would have. I was going to go long, but I wanted to come down a little more.
A lot of like there's a lot of people that got in on that wick at the top to short it. The heat map is pretty hot around that area too.
Yeah, let me go look at it now.
I learned something today. I always thought that the lower time frames made the higher time frames, but apparently I didn't understand anything at all. And the higher time frames are what is important. The very high time frames, because that's where the institutional traders all make their trades, and everything else is just noise to manipulate and shake out the market and to get them to where they want to be on their macro. So I'm now putting less weight on the lower time frames and putting all the weight on the higher time frame. in alignment. It seems simple, but I mean, it's revolutionary in my mind. I guess I probably should have already known this, but I learned it today and it makes a lot of sense.
It's funny that you mentioned that. I had the same epiphany yesterday, but it was more about I'm so used to like catching reversals for entries, and I didn't get in early on that ride up, so I was like FOMOing all day and sitting on the sideline, and I didn't trust any of my entries. You know, like I seen entries, but I was like, every time I do this, it always ends up bad. You know, like I always, I don't know.
Yeah.
However, BJ and other people were having confidence by seeing higher time frames, and I was like, again, I noticed the same thing where I normally am like, I glance at the 4 hour, I check the 1 hour, and then it's 5 and 15 and 1 minute, and it's mainly for the last three. But
Yeah, me too.
yeah, again, I wasn't, again, the 4 hour W's and all that stuff, even the daily, I might glance at it when I do a quick rundown, but I really, I don't really make decisions on those.
Right. Yeah, I was in the exact same boat, except for my epiphany didn't happen naturally like yours. Actually was listening to a trading video this morning, and it was just so clear, precise, and it just made sense. But yeah, okay, so we both we both had the same epiphany. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I was doing exactly what you're doing, including yesterday. Except for I was trying to short. And if I had looked at the higher time frames, I would have stayed in my short. I've just not had that many wins, so I didn't want to lose my gains. So I got out, started to retrace.
Yeah.
And then I just had so much trouble getting back in, and then finally I gave up after I hedged because I just couldn't. But I was just on that 1 minute and 5 minute. Of course, I was used, and the 1 minute kept showing bullishness, and so I didn't know. And then after I hedged, I'm like, okay, you are completely 100% emotional right now. It's time to stop. I just let them play out. I lost a little bit, and I just stepped away. And I'm glad I did because it gave me some clarity for today.
I heard a guy I never watched him before, but it was some guy that talks on YouTube. However, he made like really good sense on like the basic thing. It's like, here's your trend line, right? So you have your uptrend, right, and then you have your downtrend, right? Like he was showing the chart earlier today. So he's like, all right, so here and here, this is the simple way, just tread line. And he's like, where they X, he's like, a lot of people just put their stop losses up here, and then when it crosses this line, your downtrend, that's where a lot of people get out on their shorts. And right, whatever. Anyway, so he was just like talking like this super basic way. And then it was also like the ABC, like lightning bolt type of pattern that, it's whatever. But
I know what you're talking about.
how when it crosses that trend, it's when the trend reverses, right? So anyway, I was just like, like I was watching something and then it just came on, like it was unexpected, right? However, I stayed up all last night waiting to catch this short or the long. right? So I finally I get in a short after getting chewed up a couple of times because I'm on stupid high leverage, and I'm like I'm in it, I'm chilling, right? And I'm in this hedge, which I'm like whatever. I was expecting it to come back, so I really wasn't worrying about it. I was gonna like walk my way out, whatever, piece down, quarter on whatever hedge, right? So I had a game plan, and I'm watching this guy, and I'm just like, oh my god, this guy just made so much sense, and it sounds so easy, like this this changes the way I look at the chart, right? So I'm like amazed by this guy, right? And this is right around like 10 o'clock, and then I look down at my phone, and I realize, like it looked like we were coming to a bottom, and I'm like, oh man, I wanted to cut down on this hedge so that I can, because I was like almost equal, long short, and I wanted to like walk it down a little so that I had room to get more profit on the short before I ended that and went long, right? So anyway, all that to say, the guy also mentioned, he's like, I might be around. This might be like a 2 or 3 day. This might be a 2 day play, and I don't stay up and sit by the computer anymore. I did that in the beginning, and I don't do it because you sit there, you drink your coffee, your Red Bull, whatever may have you, and then you're walking around like a zombie and you make mistakes.
Right?
And
Yeah.
it's exactly what I did. I didn't sleep last night. I was up all night because I was so mad I didn't catch any of the longs. So I was like, I'm definitely locking in a short or, whatever, the next play. And then, I'm half friggin' asleep. Not really, but like, I'm definitely not fully attentive. I'm watching this video, like I'm not in the trade, like like everything's cool. And then I look down and I panic and I just go and I whatever I make rash decision. I cut like way too much off of it. I wound up getting liquidated, and
Oh, you got liquid. Oh,
I got smoked.
oh,
And like I what kills me is like I'm patient. I mean like I showed so much uh, willpower not to jump in. I was FOMO so bad. Like I was angry that I didn't get in. But I
yeah.
was like, I felt like I was being responsible by not. I was like, I can't see making another bad choice and losing more funds that I could be putting in at the bottom of the market, right? Because I've been bullish way too long. I was trying to catch all these bottoms and whatever. But but yeah, but this guy, he said that he's like, if I'm around and I see this and I like what I see, I'll take the trade, and if I don't, that's okay too, And he's like, but what I don't do is I don't stay up and stare at the chart because you become you know, like spaced out, and when something happens, you're not reactive, you're not sharp, you're like you're weary,
That makes a
and
lot of sense.
yeah, I'm telling you, he said it. And I was like, man. And my girl's looking at me, and she's like, you should have came to bed. You told me this many times. You're not gonna do this because she hates me because I trade crypto 24/7, and I ignore her. But oh yeah. So yeah, she was giving me this look, and then I looked down at my phone, and I just panicked and made a horrible choice. Uh,
Yeah, it happens.
but
But you're
again,
learning from
sometimes
it.
people, yes, this is the thing. You go through these things, and you know what? We can, lick our wounds and complain about it, or we can look at the good things out of this turmoil or uncomfortability. We adapted, or learned anew, or seen things. You know what I'm saying? Or if anything, got experience under these circumstances. So
And gained emotional grit. It takes so
yeah,
much emotional grit to withstand trading.
it is. It's rough. I mean, whatever.
It's so
I
rough sometimes.
I'm playing with my life and that my whatever. I am
I'm kind of doing the same
over
thing right
invested,
now.
full time. I have no interest in doing any of the other things I used to, buy. I used to have like a motorcycle shop. I used to just buy all these things and, be able to sell them at a profit sooner or later. But it was awesome because I always had a bunch of toys, boats, bikes, campers, whatever. So I used to think I had the greatest job. And now I have no interest in that stuff. Like the crowd that I did it with, I just grew out of, and like I don't want to do anything. What I want to do is sit here and be a better trader and get
Well,
this hammered down to where I stop making mistakes, fighting a lot of
if you
greed
were to do
issues.
both, and one will take the stress off the other. Like I have my business, and the two help each other out most of the time. But so I don't have to depend. I mean, lately I have had to depend on this money a little bit too much. That's why I don't have as much of it anymore. But so and also, if you get into some more longer swing, you know, term swing trades, it'll help keep your mind off of it. So because like when I get busy in work, I forget about my trades, even though when I'm staring at the chart, that's my entire being. Like, just step away, get some work done, and then that's also bringing in money. You know, so it might be
I
good to
I'm
get back
aware
into some of
I'm
your stuff a
aware
little
that
bit.
I need to get my balance,
Yeah,
and you know, uh, either way,
and
after
then that gives you
after
more
making
dry
that mistake,
powder,
what's that?
and that gives you more dry powder too.
Yeah, yeah,
Like you
definitely.
have
I
time
I
to
definitely
start.
could use it.
Yeah, you have time to
Yeah.
start, getting into some things that could make you some side money
Well, I
and
still
before
have
the end
I,
of the bear.
I still have like whatever 15,
Oh,
20 toys over here. I
oh,
I have no urge, like, if for some reason, to post things on like Facebook Marketplace and then deal with 100 questions and then you know
right on. I mean, you do you, you know. Sometimes the motivation doesn't come, not just sometimes, every time. Motivation doesn't hit you. You have to build, start something and build momentum, and then the motivation comes. Never just happens on its own. You have to take the first step, and the first step is not wanting to. But if you think it's something that you will want to once you get into it, otherwise, never mind. But I gotta get back to work. It's nice talking to you. We've been spending too long talking. I'm glad we can talk these things out. It's pretty cool to have, other
yeah,
people to bounce things off of or share,
yeah,
share
wow,
miserable experiences of yesterday,
yeah.
because you
Well,
and I both know it was miserable.
we made it through and we
Yeah,
can laugh about it
we
today.
did.
Hey,
We're stronger today.
have a great day.
Thanks, you too.
Morning, good afternoon, good evening. What's going on, family? Not a lot has changed, huh? Steadily grinding down. Bulls lost this range last night, which brought us back down to the bottom of the range. We're attempting to get back above that resistance now, but that 50 is 50 is being annoying. What's good, chat?
Let me ask you a question. Pertaining to that 50,
Yeah.
if we retrace, again, I would have, I just started like pulling fibs and setting alarms, 0.5 so I can, whatever, jump in on the 15-minute, entry too. If we don't break that 50, that would show a sign of weakness where maybe it's not such a great idea to be swinging at that.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm asking, I'm just out loud.
yeah. I mean, that's where you expect resistance. If you can't get above the 50, you would expect at the very least to come in and sort of range in between this 50 and this 800 for a bit until we pick the direction, right? You're either going to break that 800 or you're going to break that 50 EMA. But yeah, this is, pretty clear signs of rejection so far. But you do have elevated volume in this range, so you got to pay attention to see which way it goes. It's not like you're necessarily dead right now. Good volume increase, just like how we had here. Yeah, silver and gold are still chugging along. We did break resistance, so this support that was support resistance, in my opinion, is no longer. I mean, we've sort of destroyed that, cleared everything in that range. So this support needs to be brought down to this next order block. What we've done is we've extended our range. Right? So before where our range was here, and this was just a deviation, our new institutional order block is down here. Remember what I told you about these order blocks? When you break structure, hold on. Right, so when price comes down and breaks structure and then reacts like that, you know that you have an order block down low. Right? This is where price sort of moved from in a hurry after breaking structure, meaning they swept liquidity. This is where institutions stepped in. So that's our new floor. It is just wide in the range. The VPVR is still showing our value area low up top, so that hasn't switched. But this is the area that I expect for them to retest. I don't think that support has a huge reaction on the way back down through it, honestly. It's already invalid, so we can get rid of that. And this is not the measured move anymore unless we build new structure. Remember ranges, guys. Let's go back to the original range that we had. Right? When price is ranging like that and it deviates and it gets accepted back into the range, it moves to try to find the top of the range, which is what we did here. In my opinion, the only reason that we didn't find the top of the range is because of our downtrend. Right? Price couldn't get back up as high because they had the downtrend again, rejected low. Right? So we're still respecting this this bullish channel here. Let me widen this out. Remember, bearish channels or bullish channels are ranges just the same. The same way as we treat a horizontal range, we treat the flags, meaning if it breaks the bottom of the flag and gets accepted back into the flag, it reaches out for the top of the flag. If it breaks out the top of the flag and gets accepted back into the range, it should reach out for the bottom of the range. Unless some money steps in. So that's what we're trying to figure now. Right? That structure broke enough to bring us down to the bottom of the range. Again, we have another order block sitting right here. Right? Break of structure, swept down, decent reaction. You know there's an order block sitting right here. Internal and external order blocks. Right? To take a little bit off of the SMC boys. This is an institutional order block. This is external order block. Right? Bottom of the range. This as well is an external order block. This is what you would call eventually a breaker block, right? It's an internal order block. Chances are price comes, absorbs, and then it goes. The external order blocks is where you tend to get your pivots. Right? Those are your stronger pivots. The move on M2 starts as soon as I can find my chart. On the 28th is our bottom day. Right, 26th, we're right here where we are right now. 2 more days, we hit the bottom of that. And then the fun begins to see where the hell that inflow goes into. I'm still thinking gold, silver, and emerging markets.
But damn, I guess they're front running it. They're already putting it in the place gold and silver.
Yeah, they've been strong this whole time.
I was kind of waiting, but it went before me.
The amount of people that I heard say that we hit bottom already on YouTube is disturbing.
Don't worry, I'm not in that camp.
It's crazy, bro. It's a lot of people saying it.
They'll find out.
Yeah.
That's why I hadn't been doing too much. There's been a bunch of chasing going on, and they've been taking me out. I'm not on nothing too crazy, but ultimately, my goal is to have as much money as when we get to the bottom.
Yeah. It happens every time, Loda gets crazy, but it really does happen every cycle. It's not until you get a little bit past halfway through the bear market that the majority of people are like, okay, I guess we're in a bear market. Kind of wild. The first batch of hoodies is out for delivery. I can't wait till everybody gets their shit. That's gonna be so cool.
You got it online?
Yeah, I dropped the Shopify link yesterday.
Oh, okay. Shopify, nice choice.
Yeah, I went with Etsy. But bro, like, I don't know what was going on. I couldn't get something to work, and I got frustrated, bro. I said, screw this shit.
Oh, you're gonna love Shopify. $5 a month. They treat you real good too.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Wait till you see their integrations with Printify. Yeah, I'll check you out. I'll get one. Give me a minute. Where's the link?
Oh, let me drop it in chat. Hold on.
And if you go through Printify, you can get your shit made by Champion and Adidas.
Copy.
But it'll drive the price up.
Yeah, I'm really happy with the quality of these blanks so far.
Is it Hanes?
No. These are like premium blanks. I went with the same blanks that Hellstar uses. And it's cool because I get to run my own tags too.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to make something a little more basic. I really don't want to have the thing with the cross though.
No, I've got the next drop that's coming out is gonna be lighter weight hoodies. They're gonna be cheaper and they're gonna be more like crypto centric, like sayings and shit that we say in here all the time. And but those were just the two limited drops, and then the logo one. I've got the Cypher School stuff. The Cypher School merch looks cool, bro. It looks like some straight college shit. I went like with like the varsity style college thing. Pretty dope looking.
Are you gonna do snapbacks?
Yeah, and I'm gonna do the Fallen Knife. The Fallen Knife drop is the one that everybody's waiting for. That shit is so dope.
Dude, I would so buy a hoodie if you made one that said the big D on the back.
I'll keep that in mind. It's too funny. I'll try to do better, Carlo. Hopefully one day I can impress you. Yeah, I was just trying to get it out quick so people can get their hands on the merch. It'll grow.
I would definitely use a coffee cup.
A coffee
So-
cup.
yeah, that'd be so cool. You know, you're just
That's
sitting down
true.
with your trades with your Cypher coffee cup. Like your favorite cup.
That'd be cool. Pretty sure we all put down enough coffee in here to freaking make it worth it. Speaking of.
That's why they need to be the big cups.
Yeah, big cup. Two-hander.
Maybe not that big, but yeah, at least like 16 ounces.
Not for nothing, man. That's a potential sponsor, man. Get yourself some espresso, some high quality.
Oh yeah. Crypto Cypher brought to you by the finest Colombian coffee.
And do it without you, Colombian coffee.
Ciroc, I am not I'm not making you that hoodie, bro. He said, don't forget to make a hoodie with my fortune wisdom. Every poo-poo is a pee-pee time, but not every pee-pee is a poo-poo time. That shit would probably sell, though.
So there are no tinfoil hats on Amazon or eBay.
What do you mean,
I don't,
like an actual tinfoil hat?
yes, I don't really have like the time or motivation right now to do it, but I would like to see it happen. So
That's
somebody
funny
needs
as
to,
shit.
there's a hole in the market, the gap, and it needs to be filled.
Technically, yes, this is still a bull flag, yo.
I second that, D. If you made a coffee cup, dude, I would so buy it. I'm not just saying that. I mean, I would.
No, that'd be
Coffee cup
cool.
sounds like a great idea.
It's a smart idea. I want to add some. I want to add stuff in different price points because not everybody, not everybody can afford. But I want to be able to provide something for everybody at least. That's the measured move if it pops, by the way. That dotted till it proves it. But right now, that flag is still in charge.
I love your hoodie design, dude. But if I wear that in my neighborhood, they'll call the cops on me.
Why?
Your hoodie, man, is just too
Aggressive?
for my neighborhood, yeah, uppity freaking white people.
You must not have seen the CC hoodie. It's very,
Yeah, the
like
logo one is family friendly.
yeah.
I get just the hoodie itself gets me in trouble, man. I gotta like
Oh, that's a
if I
different. Yeah,
walk
we're
if
gonna
I
have to
walk in
drop
my
some
neighborhood,
sweatshirts.
yeah.
Got you.
If I walk in my neighborhood with a hoodie, I get back to my desk and then there's emails up to the HOA going, "Did you see the black hoodied person walking?"
Jesus,
I go, "Yeah, that was me." You mm.
that's funny. Yeah, there'll be tanks and teas and shit for the summer too.
You can get some Daisy Dukes going on.
Hey, if you buy it, I'll make it. There's some cool stuff for girls too, but I don't know how much interest there is. And the girl hoodies are all like cut off and mid drift, and it's like I don't know if that's gonna fly. All right, let's see. Poking up above that 50. The energy drink is on delay, Danny. Got the samples. One of my friends grew hair on his forehead. I think we've got to rethink the formula.
So I'm looking at this, and you were just talking about how these parallel channels, or angled channels, where if you break out and you come back, chances are you go to the bottom,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now I'm looking at this again. I'm trying to get a 15-minute entry, so we're popping out. Chances are we're going to come back in to hit that 15-minute re-entry unless we get some serious ground.
Yeah, you have to
That's normally
assume that you reject. Right, the assumption is that resistance remains as resistance unless something changes. Right, if the volume looks the same, if the tape looks the same as the last time we hit this spot, then chances are you get the same result. You need to see increased volume, you need to see increased tape pressure. Then you can start thinking, okay, maybe. But for right now, we're looking like mean reversion right back up to the top and then roll back over unless this picks up. Right, this is what we're watching, is this volume, this downtrending volume.
Yeah, for some reason I thought, being that we bounced off the golden pocket, I don't know, somehow I thought like things would be satisfied. But thank you. Sometimes I need to hear the basic stuff.
You shouldn't be too far from golden pocket. 0.5 retracements.
Yeah, I pulled my fib from your number 2 entry.
Oh, okay, yeah. Venus, I'm good. Yeah, I got you. I'll send you the link. What's going on, Emma? James. You said ankle workers, ankle warmers. Mhm. Damn. You remember when BitBoy sued Atozi like 2-3 years ago? Basically did like a CoffeeZilla type episode on BitBoy, and BitBoy tried to sue him to get him to shut up. He just lost his lawsuit for 2.8 million. Spoiler alert. BitBoy don't got $2.8 million left. I think Atozi just finished breaking him. It's bad, bro. It's like that guy Dean the Great just can't stop taking L's. I don't know if you guys followed up on this guy. Boxer, he's a streamer. Got knocked out 3 times in one weekend. Not in the ring. Different parties, different events. He's had a bad week. It's got to be publicity, bro. But then again, how desperate do you have to? Like, I can't think of what's sadder, right? That he actually got hands put on him that many times in one weekend, or that he's faking that for publicity.
Wasn't related to substance or alcohol.
Nah,
Wasn't
bro,
actually
just
drunk.
talking shit to people way bigger than him. It's like it's his mouth, bro. His mouth is the drug. I mean, he might have been drunk. It looked like he was drunk, but
Yeah, his girl probably cheated on him. Probably acting up, not knowing how to deal with real life emotions.
You know, they say that there's no such thing as bad publicity. I call cap, bro. It definitely is. There's some shit you just don't want to be famous for. But to each his own, man. That's how he wants to live the rest of his streaming life. I'll tell you one thing though, that elbow that Rampage Jackson's fight coach hit him with, I've never seen somebody get hit with an elbow like that. That was the cleanest elbow I've ever seen thrown in or out of the ring. But I thought it was AI when I saw it the first time because it was so fast. Yeah, I don't know. I know a humiliation ritual when I see one though. Yep. And M2's about to take off in the next couple days, and it should be interesting. I got you, crypto.
So I saw there was a big drop on Nvidia.
Mm-hmm. Oracle flushed out yesterday. But Nvidia numbers, Nvidia earnings have sort of stabilized the market for right now. Light.
So maybe you think there could be some type of bounce here on those?
Yeah, I think they bought themselves some times with earnings. Damn. Ouch.
So I'm trying to figure, is that Nvidia?
No. Hell no. Bro, if this was Nvidia, we'd be so screwed. We would be so screwed.
Oh my God, what is that?
Light. Somebody asked me to look at it.
Oh,
Oh, found bottom where it was supposed to at the very least. That's about all I can give it. It hit support when it needed to. It was very sketchy.
so you know where to put your stop at.
Uptrend is intact. Getting good reactions off uptrend, but whether that holds or not is a different story. Go lower time frames, it looks like you were building some sort of structure, or trying to anyways here. Small inverse head and shoulders. This is really small 1 minute level shit.
Oh man.
But you've got a lot of work to do here. Once this plays out, you need to start building your left side on like 15-minute chart. Right? It's going to be V-shaped here. So at some point coming into this resistance, in my opinion, you'll end up attempting to put in the right side here. I would be worried if that drop on the right side comes underneath that level. That's where you're getting sketched out. Ideally, you want to come up. Ideally, you want to come up, pop, come back down. Then you can start thinking about reclaiming this vector. But you got a lot to build out to here, bro. And just remember that the overall chart really looks like shit. So don't stay too zoomed in. You know, keep in your mind that this chart is not very strong right now. You got to make it prove it. Right, there's your vector. 200 EMA, 800 EMA is the top for this move, in my opinion, before you get some sort of real correction. But if you lose that level, it's a wrap, right? You lose that 50 on the 5 minute, which is that horizontal, then you're going to come, in my opinion, drop another low there. NVIDIA earnings, Emil. Everybody was really worried that NVIDIA was going to show weakness, me included. But they managed to save themselves for another earnings. And I was listening to their shareholder meeting, and they weren't really divulging anything. I thought there was a chance that they'd come in and start warning shareholders, like, look, you know, orders are looking kind of light. We did good during this earnings, but there might be some issues during the next earnings, but they didn't do that. I don't know if it's staged or not, but if I'm standing with my girl and my friend or not, tells me that my girl is for everyone, I'm going to slap the shit out of him. I don't care how close friends we are. But these dudes, these entertainment dudes, bro, they put up with a whole hell of a lot just for likes and clicks and shit. I'm not built like that. Respect is one of those things that's non-negotiable. As of right now, yeah. Right, the weakness that we're seeing in the chart is at this support flip. This is our structure down here. Right, this is where price found support. Now we're trying to get back above that, and we're seeing nothing but top wicks. So that shows you that there's a decent amount of sell pressure at this level. So right now, yeah, it's showing weakness. Even though it's in a bull flag, right, it's currently showing weakness on smaller time frames. silver miners. Silver miners are probably the best play right now in silver. And the reason that I say it is because you can't buy physical right now. Like if you want to get into silver now, you're not going to go out and buy physical, right? It's, the premium on paper is too high. You're not going to buy paper because of how everything's been sort of lately with them, you know what I mean, fudging the numbers on COMEX. But one thing that they can't do is fudge the numbers on miners, right? When we dropped 30%, miners dropped 15%. That's how we knew it was bullshit, right? When a commodity drops, the miners of that commodity usually drop double, right? You would have expected miners to drop 60% if that was a real 30% drop on silver. So miners have been holding their ground. W pattern is about to break out. I mean, play out. Probably grab the rest of these. We'll see if there's any juice left in this. But like I said, M2 is about to pop soon, yo. And if recent history tells us anything, it's that metals have been absorbing all of that M2 push lately. As long as silver keeps chugging along, I think this will be fine, bro. Obviously, you've got some concern when you get to the top, but the order block right here. But if you can take this and turn it into support, you're looking pretty good. No problem, brother. Give me a second. Let me grab my drink. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back now. What do we got? All right, so that weakness at the 50 turned into a break of structure on smaller time frame. It's leading to a little pop here. Heard that vector. Still got 2 left underneath. Choppiness. You guys starting to see that market maker structure I told you about? The more I'll say it, the more you see it. W pattern. Rise 1, retrace. Rise 2, retrace. Rise 3, retrace. M pattern. Drop 1, retrace. Drop 2, drop 3. Gold's about to go, bro. Gold and silver, in my opinion, are at least going to test their highs within the next 7 days. Or at least make an attempt. Right? Within a week, we'll know if the suppression that caused this is gone, or if they're still sort of pushing the levers behind the scenes. So for gold, we're trapped underneath one of our spider lines. Right, just to back up from the move. This is our current uptrend. No risk of breaking that anytime soon. But in our big W pattern when we dropped, type 4 entries just took their entry recently. Well, then there's so many spider lines that the chart gets to moving funny. So right now we're trapped against the spider line, right? I expect the next move to be pretty quick, up to 532, 536. When it pops. And that would have everybody involved now, right? Breakout traders got in here. Your type 4 traders got in on that hit at the 2618. And type 1 and 2 traders are just chilling. And then silver. Pull out my old silver chart, but vector recovery on the weekly, which is why I say that it should attempt to take out its highs. Even if we're in a world where this was the top for silver, You would expect for market maker to come back and pay himself on some of this. Now, unless they're still actively manipulating over at COMEX, that shouldn't be a hard ask. You've already held ground. You've already put in your type 2s. I don't know why this chart doesn't have the TA on it. Hold on. I think I've got the wrong silver chart up, but it doesn't matter. I'll just redo it. So similar to gold, you're sitting at like type 4 entries. Type 2, type 3 breakout, type 4 retest. Then validation for this is if price comes back down underneath golden pocket. Let me get rid of this. All right, we lose golden pocket here. That's your invalidation. The purpose of spider lines is to give you support and resistance when you're in price discovery. These spider lines here on on gold were drawn very long time ago. When I was originally getting into this position. I'll go over how to draw spider lines in sniper school. It's pretty there's a lot to it. But when you zoom in now to like, it just looks like a bunch of lines and shit, right? But when you zoom in to smaller time frames, you can see how once you get into price discovery, you start to respect these levels. Right? Even to where you range at. And it's just because of how many people are looking at the same thing, right? Macro traders. This thing has been one hell of a ride, man. So now this is what we're looking at. We can pull a fib for confluence. Maybe we pull a reverse fib from the top. We're like sitting right in golden pocket, rejected off the 702. I think it's staging. I think it's staging, and I think it's staging for this. We've got a couple more days until M2 just absolutely loses its shit. know where my money's at. Is everybody clear on how we saw the weakness on our retest here? At the 50.
Did I hear weakness?
What happened?
Well, I heard it was weakness, so I had to show up.
Yeah, before when we had first got to this 50 and we had those 3 candles, I was talking about the wicks above the 50. Just shows absorption.
I was looking for some confirmation because I wasn't sure if it was going to keep pumping.
Well, that would have been it.
All right, let me see.
It's possible that some of that liquidity will come into BTC, yeah. But, I mean, we got to be honest with ourselves, right? Do you see any catalyst around the corner that's just going to automatically shift attention to Bitcoin in the next? Nah, it just means that even if we pop, we're going to have to watch other assets run harder. In my opinion, I think metals are going to run harder. But nah, we're never doomed. Could always just flip short if it gets bad. Yeah, that's sort of my point. Remember, M2 just lets us know that there's money available in people's hands to buy risk or non-risk assets. It's our job to figure out where the attention is at the time that M2 starts to move. And honestly, right now, not only is it not in metals, but it's not even really in the US. Right? You're looking at tons of money going into emerging markets and you're looking at gold and silver. Yeah. Yeah, you're starting to see it roll over into different time frames. We're at that 50 EMA retest on the 4-hour. Any sort of rally lives above that 50 EMA. Have sort of any chance at all. Should I look at something? Look at the weekly. Right? We keep comparing these two. We keep comparing these two times here. Right? This is where we were at. Right? This is the after we broke the Gaussian channel. Right? When we got to the 200 on the weekly. Right? 200 on the weekly here. That price action that we've been looking at, look how similar it is. Right? Pop down, one big candle, two smaller candles that sort of delve into that wick. Fourth weekly candle pops and gives you the top, and then it rolls over. Right? So big wick, two small wicks, green candle, rolls over. Up until this morning, we had our green wick here. Right? This would be the candle that pops, if it's going to, in my opinion. Right? Everything else is almost exactly the same. I mean, all the way from, we won't take the whole fractal because I know you guys are tired of seeing that fractal already, but just taking this price action here. Right, so that's what we're looking at. That third candle there. If we can't take out these highs, in my opinion, right, we can go back to our range now. If we don't take out these highs of the range, then I think we roll over. But if you look at the history, right, if we line it up wick to wick, and again, this is just for analysis purposes, right? But it would call for a move into mid-70s. You know. But remember, just because it rhymes a little bit doesn't mean it's got to be one for one. It's just been spooky similar this whole time, so it's worth paying attention to. Yeah, we were looking at the whole Oracle NVIDIA situation. I think once the smoke cleared from yesterday, people realized that they realized what the issue is for next quarter. Swing fail. Declare liquidations. What it smells like. Right, tons of people shorting here. Stop losses right above. Get wicked out just to have it play. It's way too early to call it. And like I said, it's Oracle that I think makes the difference here. But looking at Nvidia, it needs to it needs to have a change of character here soon, because at the end of the day, we're just looking at a rising channel with a deviation. These tend to break down. So the more we mess around up here, the higher the chances are. But it's all going to come down to Oracle, in my opinion. The strength of this recovery will let us know how long Legacy is going to make a move for. The warning sign here would be Oracle losing 144. Gap above, so I expect them to come grab that at least. Probably gap up at open. That's what we're looking at. And the overall pattern, once we get above that bullish break, right, that's when things get different. But I don't know. No problem, J-Boy. I appreciate you. Again, in a channel, deviation got accepted back into the channel. Right, so we would assume that price is going to seek out the top of the range. The way that this caught, like right where it needed to, is no joke, twice. Now, there's moments where you realize, when you see how important something is, and you're like, damn, I wonder if anybody else realizes how important this uptrend is right here for Oracle. And then you see price come down and react to it, and you're like, okay, somebody is paying attention. I'm not the only one that realizes how this has been riding the bottoms. If whales right now had large NVIDIA positions or large AI positions, and they wanted to manipulate the price of NVIDIA to keep it up, in my opinion, your dollar goes further by manipulating Oracle. Smaller market cap, easier to move, cost you less money, have the same effect. Yeah, it's looking bad, man. Those data centers that they built are sitting there empty. It's not looking good. Mm-mm-mm. The story to tape on the hour is the most obvious, right? Market maker provided tons of liquidity to get price up. We've stalled out, stepped off the brakes to see if retail had the momentum or the will or the sentiment to keep pushing. They didn't. So he started providing liquidity to the downside. Clear his vectors, get all his money back, stage for the next move. The problem is this. People leased a bunch of chips from Oracle. Oracle got creative and started thinking, wow, look, all these people are leasing all these chips. They're going to need somewhere to run all this, right? They're going to need some energy. They're going to need some data centers. Let's get into data centers, build these big, massive data centers. But then what they started to notice is that these companies aren't using the chips that they leased. A lot of them are just padding their books to make it look like they have huge computing power, right? To try to bring up their valuations, but they're not actually using them, right? They're not actually using them, then they're not going to lease these data centers. And if they're not going to lease these data centers, then Oracle's going to have to pay some money back to their debtors, to their creditors. Oracle's got to pay some money back to their creditors. They're not going to have money to make orders on NVIDIA chips. If NVIDIA loses 1/4 of Oracle's orders, that's it, in my opinion. Yeah, too. We're most definitely in a downtrend on the macro. But when you scalp small time frames, you find yourself counter trading the trend often. It's just important to keep that in your mind, right? To understand like what the macro environment looks like. It's just making money off the small hiccups. Right? Everything can't go straight down in a straight line forever. There's always going to be mean reversion, and that's what we try to exploit. But I told you guys from a while ago, I had this top marked and this bottom marked before we even hit top. And we're not halfway to where we need to go. Right? In my opinion, we bottom out between 53 and 38 at the beginning of December. But the problem is you can't just go on a straight line, right? Think of it like this. What are you doing, Dbloc? Let's say we keep this angle of attack. We're at 15K in October. Right? It's the same reason that I told y'all when we were coming down like this that we were going to have a relief rally. Because if we kept this angle of attack, how we came off of the tops, we would be at negative numbers on Bitcoin by right? It's unsustainable, which means that you know that there has to be a break. Right? It has to be a relief rally, a return to the mean, to the 50 EMA. Yeah, that's what we expect, right? We expect this angle to get widened by eventually coming up and putting in some high somewhere. Right? Then that'll end up taking our trend and shifting it. But that doesn't mean it has to happen here, remember? Like, go back to see what happened during the last. Right? This didn't break trend. We took our trend from the top to the bottom. Right? It took us right to our bottom, right where we bottomed. But we hadn't dropped as steep as we did. Right? So there was really no need to pop out. That's the only difference here. I think because of the speed, there is a reason to pop out. But eventually we'll get into this zone here, right, which is our multi-month long accumulation. We have one more drop before that. So what we're really talking about, like what anybody's even long for at all right now, is for this candle. Right? This move down off the wick where we all bought in to the top of that candle gave them a 27% move. Right? This was in 2022. Again, not saying it has to happen, but if we got the same move, which, like I said, until yesterday looked good. We were green. We were up here, right? We were on that fourth green candle that looked like it was going to come put that wick up. But if we run that 27% from here, then you're looking at 76, 75. But that's not looking too good right now, right? You see where we caught. These are our last two levels of support before you get down into the high 50s. Wick came down and caught. Then these two levels here have held us so far. So in my opinion, if we close body underneath 667, it starts to look really bad. We'll go to the daily real quick so you can see what it looks like on the daily. Right? Chop, chop, chop. So this is where our W lives. And if that plays out, then you end up getting that 74, 76 that matches to last bull market. That's the thesis that's the thesis for being long here. Just understand, we lose this level, in my opinion, we see 52 quicker than that. Might have a slight delay at 59 at the wick, but chances are we start coming down pretty quickly, and then we go into that, like I said, multi-month long consolidation. I'll show you. And again, this is my thesis without this overlay. The overlay just matches perfectly, which is why I keep sort of showing it. But you guys see it yet? This is where we're at. Looking for that move. And then, in my opinion, drops down to 52-ish. Multi-month long consolidation, which takes us into our bottoms. This isn't manipulation. This isn't algos. This is human nature. Right? This is human emotions. The way it matches is because it matched the emotions at the time. Just interesting TA nerd shit. Nah, that's just the boogeyman way of looking at things. We're the boogeyman. The more you do TA, the more you'll realize that these charts are just a graph of traders' emotions. Fear, greed, panic, FOMO. They all leave the same trails. In 2019 doesn't match because there was way more money in the system. You can't compare a blow off top bull market to a non blow off top bull market. Yeah, we're starting to come over that top on housing as well, slowly but surely. Yeah, I mean, what's going to be interesting to see is the accumulation range, right? This will be our first really hardcore institutional accumulation range at the bottom. Right? Are they going to try to front run? Usually, the accumulation range we have at the bottom is because you've got to convince people that crypto's not dead. Right? It takes a while to do that. I don't think we have that problem this time. There's too many big players involved that understand the long term viability of Bitcoin. But one thing that won't, in my opinion, happen is it's not just going to be a wick down and then pop. Right? They need time to buy. Big money can't buy all at once. Fly, we've been following that 10 a.m. dip for almost 6 months now. You remember what the first 10 a.m. dip was? The very first one that set it off? The first 10 a.m. wick was the crash on 1010. Bro, what are you talking about? You alright? Seem like upset. What feels off about this bear market to you? Show me where it's different. Yep, 10 a.m. at 10:10. That's also where our government shut down and all the liquidity got sucked out. So that didn't help. That completely killed any chance of a blow off top that we had. If my memory serves me right, government shut down on the 4th. We got our high on the 6th, and then 10:10 put the nail in the coffin. Yeah, for me, it's not the TA, it's the all and everybody statements. It's like, what are you talking about, bro? Do you just not believe in bear markets, Fly? Like, you don't think that we're due a bear market right now? No, I'm not even trying to be funny. I'm just trying to understand. Some people don't believe in the cycle. Like some people don't believe in the 4-year cycle. It's just a different way, you know, it's a different thesis. There's always a reason, bro. Every bear market, there's always a big player that sells. There's always somebody sketchy. There's always a project that blows up, whether it's FTX or SBF or FT or Luna or Celsius or Mount Gox or COVID, or there's always something, right? There's always a reason that people point to. But the 4-year cycle is the 4-year cycle. Just money flow, guys. There's only so much investable capital in the world. Right? Money expands and contracts. Brother, it's the same cycle. Like, I don't understand why you're separating them. It's literally the same exact cycle. The only difference in 2018 was this long ass consolidation that wrecked everybody. But I hate to tell you, like, if you think we're going to follow 2019 from now, that means that we've got a massive drop ahead of us. It's not good. Either way, no matter what cycle you look at, the next move is a drop down to accumulation. And mind you, 2019 was the only cycle where we accumulated at such highs. Right? If you look at 2014, it was very similar. Drop down, relief rally, drop down, stable out for a minute, go into month-long consolidation. Actually, where was... You know what? I'll do you even better. Look at this drop in 2019. From all-time highs to that low. You see that? See how panicked everybody was about this shit? About this first drop down? Right? Everybody freaked out when we dropped from the top down to 80. That was a 36% drop from the top. Everybody's like, oh, this is crazy. Okay, cool. Well, look at 2019. We dropped 70% in 4 weeks. And then literally ran flat for 287 days. Right? So how is that more organic or less organic than... It's not. It's just the players are different. Right? Monetary policy is different. The way we react off the tops are different. I mean, you don't even count this far back because we were so illiquid. But you're talking a 93% drop straight. No relief rally, no nothing. I get you, bro. I don't like Jane Street any more than you do. But they don't control the cycle. They're just taking advantage of it like everybody else is. All right, well, I appreciate you for trying to explain it to me, bro. I'm sorry I'm so dense that I can't get what you're saying. But I appreciate the effort. But if you could explain to me how that's any different than SBF crashing the market on the way down to try to hold Solana up during 2019, right? Or the Chinese wrecking us in 2017, right? Or Mount Gox earlier than that. Like there's always a boogeyman, but the result is always the same. I don't expect the same level of drops that we've had. I've been saying that. That last drop that we have, I think, is the strongest 1 week drop that we'll have. That move down to 52, I think that happens over a couple of weeks. Right? We're at the part of the market where officially the fear starts to die down of the bigger drops, which is why you start to go into consolidation. I just want people to see the similarities and not focus on the differences, because the similarities are what are going to get you your entries. It's never manipulation to the top. Whenever we rip 15K through liquidations, nobody ever blames Jane Street, right? Or Wintermute, or, you know, CZ. They only get the blame on the way down. I mean, there's manipulation, right? But there's manipulation the way there is when, you know, when we trade. We just don't have enough money to manipulate the market. These whales that everybody's so worried about, that's just you in the future. Fast forward it. Let's say you got $1 billion. You and your buddies start a hedge fund. You gonna move any differently? When you get to the top, are you gonna take your profit in slow motion so that nobody gets wrecked? Right? If you know you have $1 billion in an asset that you're about to dump, are you not gonna short it when you dump? I mean, you don't gotta answer out loud, but just answer to yourself. You know what I mean? Are you gonna be a good whale or are you gonna be a bad whale? Is there a such thing? Because that's how you get to 10. What do you mean? You think billionaires are happy with 1 billion? You know what happens when you're a billionaire, right? And you buy a cheeseburger? You're no longer a billionaire. Now, me, I'm not doing shit with $1 billion. I'm not starting nothing. I'm starting a freaking epic global vacation spree is what I'm starting. But some people are never satisfied. The point is, when you have the power to move the market, are you going to be cautious or are you going to act in your own interest? If the answer is that you're going to act in your own interest, then how can we be hypocrites and sit here and expect anybody to do any different? not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying it is what it is. It's like Elon, right? Elon's never allowed to sell shares. Richest man in the world. Whenever he sells some Tesla shares, everybody loses his mind. Can this man not take profit? Like, is that, you know what I mean? Like, I thought this is what we're all doing it for. $1 billion's hard to spend, but you buy something for 99 cents and now you got 999. You know what I mean? Like, when people have a goal, like people that want to be a millionaire, right? Once they get to 1 million and they realize, oh shit, you know, I buy a car, I'm no longer a millionaire. Like, now you need two. You need that million in the bank to be able to coat your ego and say I'm a millionaire, and then you need the money that you spend. It's a slippery slope, bro. That's why I say from now, like, have a good idea of what your rich life looks like so that when you get there, you can chill. Right? Because if your idea of a rich life is just more and more and more and more, like, you're always going to be working. I mean, the only way to take advantage of pumps that you're not expecting buying is to counter trade them, right? Well, I just wanted to make it something that people could understand. You will get to the point where the decisions that you make in trading are going to affect people underneath you. Are you going to take this same hate for manipulation that you have with you now into that and act differently? Or are you just going to sell your bag and keep it moving? Yep, that's a smart way to look at it, Cosmic. The main reason for a bear market, Raj, is the contraction of global liquidity. Right? Banks have a repayment cycle of 4 years. Right? Money goes out into the market and then it gets brought back into central banks. So that contraction happens roughly every 4 years. That's what affects Bitcoin. That's what affects equities. To just think of it like it's like it breathes, right? It inhales and it exhales. What time frame, Gerald? Yeah, why would anybody want to get interest on stable coins? You know, Just put your money in the bank and get pennies for it. Only people that benefits is the banks. You know who else didn't want interest on stablecoin? JP Morgan, Bank of America, Citibank, Jane Street. Yeah, you have to counter trade it, and you've got to look for exhaustion. Right? We know we don't want to chase pumps, so if that's the case, you have to look for exhaustion at the tops. And if your thing isn't shorting, then you need to wait for a good retrace and then look for entry at type 2s.
Best trader here will fight you if you disagree.
Flip with the super chat. You got it, bro. I don't want no problems, Flip. Yeah, I mean, I could see it putting a dent in alt rewards if they weren't as high as what they were offering on stables. But people are always going to want rewards on their alts, right? People always want to get paid for something that they're holding. You can't really hold stables and get, it's a different type of trader. The reason that they didn't allow the stables has nothing to do with crypto. It has to do with your mom and dad at the bank, right? Mom and pop, uncle, grandma, all that money that's sitting in the bank that they get to rehypothecate, that they're getting pennies on the dollar for. It would be 5 to 6 years before all that money moved in the stables for that 4%. Like, they would have lost their entire business model. And then they'd be pushing to rehypothecate Bitcoin, which is something that we don't want. But that would have been a death. That would have been a death nail in the banks. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm not. I don't deal with banks, right? I'm unbanked and shit. I don't let them play with my money like that. But most people, it'd be an easy decision. Your bank is now offering you stables, right? They're protecting it the same way that they protect your funds, but they're offering 4% over here versus 0.6. People would have automatically moved, and they would have it would have dried up the bank's ability to give out loans. Not that I care. Let them burn, bro. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. Alts would have had to compete. But like I said, it's different, right? Because when I get when I get yield on my Ethereum that I'm holding long term, that's a different sort of trade than just holding stables, right? Because the real trade is that you're betting that Ethereum goes up over time, and the yield is just like a bonus. Well, what'll happen now, they're going to get around it. What'll happen now is that exchanges are going to offer you yield on your stables, but it won't be in stables. Right? You're already seeing Coinbase talk about it. So you can hold your USDT or your USDC, and then you can receive 4% in Bitcoin or 3.5% in Bitcoin or something. We will find a way around it. I just don't like that the bank's got a W. It's like no matter what happens, bro, the sun always shines on them. Never fails. Yeah, you got to just look at the volume, Bind. Watch the volume. You got to look to see as soon as that starts to die off. But if the volume's there, you just got to wait. Nah, no problem, bro. I'll take a look at it for you real quick. Yo, what's up with Zach XBT's report today? Wasn't he supposed to drop what company was doing shady shit or what? Because these charts don't look to me like he dropped a name. It was Axiom? Oh, that's the one I didn't have up. Damn, so Axiom paid off then, because that shit was in second place for a long time. Alright, good. I can get rid of this shit now. I'm glad I didn't bet on that. What's the ticker? It's not. No, this is not it. They don't have a ticker, do they? Pippin's up 12%. Alright, so check this out. Let's say you're Zach XBT and you're putting together this thing, and then you go on Polymarket and you see that there's a bet on what company you're talking about. Do you take it? Or are you just so against manipulation that you don't take the bet? Bro, me and everybody in my family would have had a bet on that shit. You kidding me? Bro, first of all, nobody told you to make to open a book on what I'm gonna do. That's I didn't ask for that. Y'all did that. I would have dropped that report today, and then my next tweet would be like, I'm officially retiring. I want to thank everybody that supported me from day one. Yep, exactly. I just want to thank me for being me, because without me, I would never be able to get to where I'm at. I don't know. I haven't looked at it. Oh, shit. Yeah. We were talking about earlier these rising channels, right? These rising channels almost always tend to break down. But that has a decent drop, bro. The speed of that drop is concerning. Shit. Likes to do this shit, huh? I mean, I wouldn't touch this shit unless you are really, really, really into short time frame sort of scalping. The manipulation on this is crazy, bro.
Yo, my question is for all the people that are betting against. What's up, Dbloc?
What up, yo?
Chilling. Yo, with Zach XBT, I mean, he can actually, just trigger the bet because there were so many bets on
I would have placed
Polymarket on
that
what he's
bet
gonna
so
do.
quick, bro. You have no idea how hard I would have gone into that bet. I wake up in the morning and I open up Polymark and it's like, what will Dbloc say on Thursday? Like, what? Listen, don't play with me,
Yeah,
bro.
man.
I'm taking that bet
How
so
that
quick.
works out. Like, do you got a KYC before you get the money, and they see like, you can't kind of corrupt your own bet, I guess.
Man, listen,
People
my
could go wild and
mom
just
would
do
have took the
crazy.
bet. My uncle would have, somebody would have took the bet.
Crazy stuff. You could be like, all right, I'm going to bet that there's going to be a really bad car accident on the corner of 20 and 5th. And, just get people to speculate on that. And then you cause the accident.
It's like the dude that,
Dangerous shit.
like the dude that bet there was going to be a streaker.
Yeah.
They had bets on what quarter there would be a streaker or if they would be a streaker, and he took the bet and then ran out on the field.
But I wonder, was he able to cash out? Probably.
I don't know how that ended. I'm not sure how that ended up. I really don't know. But I remember hearing the story and I was like, yo, that's brilliant.
Yeah, they're getting wild with prediction markets.
Insiders gone crazy, bro. Can you imagine? Like this is the most amazing time to be an insider in the history of like ever.
Oh yeah. Zach XBT, he's paid off. Like he's in bed with all the scammers anyways. Like, that dude Paulie paid him off to Hush. Like he takes Hush money. He loves Hush money. He's like, I don't gotta work, I just gotta shut up.
Just think about his friends, right? This is somebody who's on social. He's got groups. He's probably got a Discord just like this. Like, there's got to be people that were like, bro, all right, you got to look. You got to tell us. Like, just tell it. You got to tell us. Just us, right? Inner circle. Just tell us who it is so we can get to this bag.
I've been doing some digging. I mean, I know some people he works with because I got scammed by some dudes that were connected to WLFI. And he was working with one of the dudes that scammed me, basically. So I'm like doing this research, and I'm actually hiring lawyers to get me like 70K back that I got scammed out of. Wasn't really. I mean, like, how about not scammed? I was fraudulently induced out of, it was wire. Yeah, it was wire fraud, dog. Straight up, like they're on Telegram giving people like confidential information that wasn't spread equally towards other investors. I got a list of things that they're like, they think they're covered because it's a meme coin. I'm like, oh, word? You think you're covered? You don't know.
You don't know who you're messing with. They must not know Drew.
You don't know me, dude.
I got time. How you been though? You been good?
Yeah, as long as you got, I've been chill. I mean, just like, dealing with lawyers and cases. I'm still juggling right now, like 4 different cases. It's crazy. Almost finished with my Romanian thing. They backed off, so I'm not suing the state. They gave me a notary to do all the things I need to do. So, but I didn't want them to back off. Like, I was like, I want them to go full throttle on me.
It's a bit of a flex, bro, to be in a lawsuit against Romania.
Yeah, I mean, their whole what's it called? Like, I don't know how to say it in English. Like a comunitate, like the
Oh yeah.
Like the communes, like bureaucracy they have. Their system is all corrupt there. So it's just like That's what I was fighting against, basically. Not even their federal government. It was like a agency that's like a local kind of like, you know, not neighborhood, a little bit bigger than neighborhood, almost the size of a city.
That's what's up.
The flex would have been if I would have won, though. Right now, it's just like I'm going on with like just being able to sell my property. If they would have withheld me from selling my property, I would have had a strong case. I would have made a bunch of bucks.
Bro, they would have stopped that shit. They're gonna show up to your house like they did Andrew Tate. Ski masked up, accuse you of some wild shit.
Oh no, I ain't stepping foot in there. I'm gonna get the loot from the place. Yeah, I'm not going back to Romania for a while until like I know I'm good.
It's a good idea.
You never know.
We just been chilling though. I put together Cypher School's about to start soon. That's been fun. I've been doing that for like the past 2 months. Just putting the whole strategy down on paper, which is something I never had to do, but that shit was so weird. Like taking shit that you do off of instinct and just experience and having to like write it down and quantify it, that shit wasn't easy. But that's almost done. We got the little merch store up with some hoodies and shit. Yeah, just been trying to work a little bit on the Discord during the bear market.
I try to mess with the Cypher bot. Like, what? How do you activate that?
You just gotta click the link. You just gotta go to where the page is, where the Cypher bot is, and go all the way up to the top, and click that link, and then you can save that link. You can go to it on mobile.
Okay, because I was just like for typing in the message area.
Yeah, no. Now, so was other people were too. I think it was funny, but not just click the link and then it'll open up for you, and then just introduce yourself.
I'm gonna check that out.
And then it'll be a thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like the easy way instead of like sitting there looking at bubble maps and trying to figure out clusters that are being sold. I want to figure out if the team's selling clusters.
Go to Moby. Cypherbot is all general, but Moby's the whale bot. He's the one watching on-chain orders.
Yeah.
He's the one that's going to tell you about like iceberg orders and shit like that. Yeah, he's paranoid as hell. He thinks he's from New York too. It's funny.
Oh, what?
I trained Cypherbot typing, right? But I trained Moby on voice, and I think it picked up on the accent, and he like low-key thinks he's me. It's crazy.
That's awesome. Hell yeah.
He's like, you know how it is sometimes in the rough city. Like, bro, you are a toaster. You need to relax.
I'm trying to like decipher some of these DGen like trench plays. And I'm just like, all right, you know, because some of these are cooks. Like Penguin, man, I was sitting there with my finger on the trigger when it was like, I'd say about 220K. That thing ran to like 120 million or something. So it's like I'm starting, like I got the plays, like, and sometimes I don't pull the trigger, but now it's like I'm trying to figure out, you know, matchup and the runners, man, they just get crimed. There's like, I'm telling you, the guys on the inside, the market makers, the in-house market maker, pump fund, they just pick a animal of the week and they'll crime it. Like this week we're gonna crime a penguin. This week we're gonna crime a monkey, and they just crime the canvas and like it's crazy. But
what project are you talking about?
I was just saying like Penguin, but the project I'm trying to figure out the clusters on is Courage. It's like the artist from Courage the Cowardly Dog.
What's the ticker?
He's Courage.
Okay. USDT.
So it's Courage Soul Bear, and you know, all these devs, they come on, they're like, oh, we got clusters, but we're doing that because we want supply control. I'm like, I get it. Yeah, White Whale had supply control and he did it properly and he was able to push with, you know, that narrative of supply control. But why are you going to have to cluster your wallets and try to hide it like everyone's like split up in 2%, 1% wallets? If your narrative is going to be like, yo, we want supply control, then it's like keep it on one wallet, you know, don't split it up so people try to think it's all gravy and everything's split up and nice, you know? If your narrative supply control, so.
All right, so check it out. This is what Moby said. Look, this is what. Listen to how he talks, bro.
Yeah, it's got a big cluster. It's probably gonna say it's got like 60% clusters.
Listen to how he talks. Look, I've been around the block long enough to know when a project smells like a dumpster fire in mid-July. You're asking about courage. Let's keep it a buck. There are several versions of this token floating around: Solana, BNB, ETH. Most of all of them look like a finesse just waiting to happen. I've done the legwork. Here's the breakdown of what's happening in the streets. There isn't just one Courage. We've got Courage the dog on the BSC BNB chain and the Solana version. Both are showing classic low liquidity, high risk behavior. The Solana version, most of these Courage Cowardly Dog tokens on Solana are pump and dump specials. They launch, they pump for 20
Yeah,
minutes,
this
and the
one's new.
devs
This one's
pull.
like only 5 days old, 4 days
Yeah.
old.
If you're seeing people on WhatsApp or Telegram tell you to buy this Courage, get rich, run the feds, just sees 61 million USDT tied to pig butchering scams, lead you to fake platform scams, love using names like Courage because it sounds heroic, talks about it being a honeypot, verdict trap. This isn't an
But
investment.
it's like if I'd paste the address though, if I'd give him, because he doesn't know what address.
Yeah, you have to
what
give.
he's
Yeah,
saying.
if you give him the contract address, he'll go right into the contract address.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
Because the only advantage this one has over all that is the artist that created the whole cartoon, which was a huge cartoon. You know, a lot of people love Courage. He's getting 100% in the fees right now. So like it was like a fan based pump fund thing, and then the guy got on board and he blessed it. He's like, okay, I'll give you guys my wallet if you guys want to pay me. So he kind of blessed the project. So that's like the only difference it has. This one's the only one that's blessed by him. So before I dig in deep, like I already got some, but I'm like, I want to dig in deep, and I'm not going to dig in deep if like these clusters are about to get dumped on my head.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
So I'm in a side chat waiting for the dev to tell me, like, all right, so what, what's your answer? Why do you have to split up the wallets if the narrative is like you want supply control, and that's, you guys want that 50? Because a lot of exchanges, they won't mess with you, like the big exchanges, if you don't have supply control on some of them, unless you're, on the inside. But people are using that to scam people with that excuse, like, oh yeah, supply control, while they're dumping.
Exactly. And some people are just sketched out by the only reason they split the wallets is because people won't buy if it's all in one wallet. Like people have gotten used to that, sort of looking for that now.
Right, but if you're a dev that's saying like, all right, but we want supply control like White Whale did, it's all right, well, keep it in like just a few wallets. We know like this is team, this is marketing. You don't got to cluster it up in 20 wallets or 30 wallets.
They want physical control without having the appearance of control, I think is what it sounds like.
Well, right, and that's where the discrepancy is. I'm like, all right, so why don't you guys just be straight up and like just throw it all in the water if your narrative supply control,
Yeah, exactly. They got any money to spend? Like, is there any like marketing plans or any sort of like integrations or?
Yeah, they're doing this. They're doing the artist. He's like old school artist. They're getting him. He did a space. He's supposed to do another one. He's giving like original art to holders. I don't know if it's going to be via NFTs or real art or something, but that's the next catalyst that everyone's waiting for. But yeah, dude, I've been running around the trenches, man. I got rinsed so many plays, dude. I'm just like,
It's a bad time for
crazy,
it, man. Everybody's on the same. Everybody's in the same frame of mind right now. Accumulate money for the bottom of the bull. The problem is that these projects are doing it by sort of like wrecking you. You know what I mean? Like the money that you lose is their dry powder to buy the dip.
Exactly.
Everybody's hungry right now. People are going to try to get to that buck one way or another.
But yeah, I've come to the conclusion it's more frustrating watching a play fly by, like after you got it in your favorites list, you've been looking at it, and you fall asleep one night and you saw it ran while you were sleeping or something. You didn't have any buy orders in, and like that's what happened to me with Penguin. I was just like, since it was 200K, I was looking at it because I like to pitch Penguins too. So I was like, all right, and it just like ran without me. I mean, I'm not buying chasing the green, but situations, it's like, even if I would have bought at 1 milli, 2 milli, 5 milli, even at 10 milli, that would have been good. But I was like, nah, I'm not chasing that green.
You know what sucks is that those are the ones that stand out to us, though. Right? But we look at hundreds of coins, and 90 of them don't do shit. But we always remember the
Yeah.
ones that did run, right? Like, but then you think about it, right? Like, okay, well, what's the alternative? Whenever I look at something, just automatically buy it, and then you have to think, like, well, damn, how does that end up? I look at a lot of shit, just luck, man. Some of them is just luck.
Yeah,
There's
when I
no telling whether it's gonna pop or not. It's just one of those things, especially in the meme coin sort of phase.
what I have been doing is going back in Twitter. So like I'll look at whatever ran, like White Whale, and I'll see who the first callers were. I'll ask Grok, I'm like, Grok, who's the first person that posted that cash tag? And then just keep their notifications on to check out whatever they're showing, because obviously
Yeah.
it was a good call. So whoever makes a good call, I'm just like, all right, I ask Grok who made the call on that, who made the first calls, and then try to look at the wallets. But it's like these guys from Pump Fun, like the insiders that really crime these candles, they use fresh wallets, so you're not going to be able to know the next move.
Yeah. A lot of people are doing that on Poly now, looking for wallets that came in, brand new wallets, and placed large bets immediately. And sort of keeping track of that, because that's what insiders would do, right? You start a fresh account, drop
Yep.
money on whatever your thing is, and then you can sort of follow those accounts. The thing is that most of them are just going to do one and done, right? They're going to come in, get their big hit, smack, and then gone, and they'll just open another account at some point. There's
Yeah, and
also
I've
a
been seeing more and
strategy
more.
on Poly, the nothing ever happens strategy. That shit is funny, bro. There's this dude, you know how there's those bets that say, will the US invade whatever, or will Argentina? So they just bet no on everything because 90% of the time, nothing ever happens, right? Like the no bet is usually the good bet. And he's just caking on it, bro. It's funny.
I mean, I guess that's a strategy.
Mm-hmm. The contrarian strategy.
But me right now, Martha, I'm actually hoping, just like, I don't know, man, if I got a case on WLFI or not. They've been crying too, but it's just like, yo, man, some of the stuff they've been doing is just so obvious, especially on 1010.
They got
It's
the
like, yo,
bag,
how
bro.
you get
Sue
this?
them if you can. Shit, they definitely got money to pay out.
But I gotta wait for them, like, not to be running the joint. I gotta wait for the Democrats to step in to help me out or something.
So, yeah, I don't want those problems right now.
Yeah, right.
Have ICE show up at your door.
For real, like, you're Romanian? Come with us.
We made a deal with the Romanian government. Apparently, they want you. I don't know why, but they let us know that they would like it very much if we could send you back.
I would be out.
That's too funny. Yeah, y'all want to play some avatars? I'll drop it on the screen. Give me a second.
Yeah, it's crazy. So the WLFI, like some of their big heads, they put out a token. It's called War, and everyone got pissed when the White House tweeted something about peace. It's getting so bad. It's like, yo, not that bad. Move on.
Like, what are we rooting
They're like, yo,
for?
why are you gonna post peace, man? You guys are manipulating the market. It's like, yo, chill. Let them post what they want.
Trying to destroy us with all this peace talk.
But a lot of people.
Uh-oh, they got him. Airdrop. Oof. They're like the third company this week, man. People are getting laid off left and right.
Okay, if you have a second, can you check out the MYX chart? Supposedly they partnered with like MetaMask or some stuff. They had a 30% move today. It is back down to 10%. Looks like they're putting the right side in.
I think it's so
Let's see what you
volatile.
think. They had 3 weeks of down, and now it's starting to poke its head out. I'm worried about it just being a dead cat, or I don't know.
What was the MetaMask news? I haven't seen it. I have to look into it. Yeah, this thing got slammed,
I
bro.
asked Cypher about their they're gonna have trading or whatever, 50x leverage. They partnered up with something with a C, Celsius, maybe? No.
I'll take a look.
Not
I'll take a look at it. I'm gonna do some research today. I'll add that to the list. Things to look at.
It was interesting.
I know H has been trading this thing religiously.
He must have had one hell of a short.
Well, let's see. We're holding the 50 on the 15, like you said. It could be let me see if this lines up for us. Yeah, 0.5 retracement's pretty standard. Just keep your stops as tight as you possibly can on this thing because he likes to move.
In here, you got the 5-minute scalp strategy.
Yeah.
Just broke it. About to retest. But I was looking at the Blue Man Chew. I know I just butchered that, but it's crazy because you had so much downtime that it was like, the momentum waves were underneath. So, I normally do the 4 hour and down and see, how the momentum is. Now, it crossed over, but, like the 1 hour looks like it wants to go down, but it was down for so long, I'm thinking maybe it could, have as above, so below type of thing going on.
Yeah.
But, maybe give me your opinion on how that looks.
I mean, we're like halfway on our side, at least on the 5-minute. If we look at our vectors, I did a decent job of recovering everything on the way up. You got a little bit sitting at 702. The 800 is what's stopping you here on the 50. Let me see something. Yeah, you're starting to get a little bit of momentum here on the 1 minute. I mean, it looks like it has the juice to keep going. The problem is it's really only that vector recovery that's pulling. So I could sort of see it do the same thing that it did down here. Where you had your W and then your type 2 came up, but then it just went sideways for a while. Now it did eventually pop, right? But I could see this doing the same thing. Basically
still
coming
pushing.
down,
Now, look where the
popping up, and then just sort of doing this.
psychological highs and lows are.
Yeah, 800 EMA. Your downtrend is going to be the line in the sand here. Like I said, I think this is probably how this will play out. We'll pop down, pop back up. You'll go sideways into this. This is where you're going to make your decision. Right? Either that's going to pop and go, or you're going to reject. But I think we do go sideways into this, which means a type 2 entry, you know, obviously your stops underneath, but you could deal with some, like a longer trade than you're expecting. If we look on the 4-hour, right, we're just starting to come down. What happened?
It's down something like 80%. And this thing always, like before, it had that. Supposedly, it was a bunch of token unlocks. Is what spooked the market with it last month, and but before that, it always was like 15-20% moves a day. It very robust price action, and seeing it down here, it's just like I have to swing at this thing.
You look at the weekly, I mean, you can see what the issue was. Right, big vector candle on the top. This whole thing was unrecovered. Right, we've recovered half of it, and we are leaving red vectors on the way down. So you would expect once market maker is satisfied with this vector recovery that we would come up and grab these. The question is when, you know. That's the issue. When. So on a daily,
Today,
this could end up as a stopping volume candle on the daily. You know, that would be your first sign that at least on the macro, you're starting to show a little bit of composure. 1-2 days, in my opinion, to figure out exactly if this is going to be a bottom or not. You want this to close as a stopping volume candle, and then you want a bullish engulfing. But if you're just trading on the 5-minute, then, just play the momentum. Okay, you started to trend here. If you were playing this relief rally, you'd already be type 1. Then your momentum would have shifted and you're waiting for type 2. Your stops would still be underneath type 1 here. If you were to get that 382 or even there is enough, then that would take you through your vector. This for me is the end of the trade though. Right to the top of that vector recovery.
Damn, that looks like a 10x, right? Jeez.
If it plays, like I said, that's the only trade in my opinion worth playing, and that is a large recovery. That's Bitcoin going up to 84. Remembering that we're in a bear market and the probability of that happening is very low.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at that Cypher bot. It's Consensus, which is the team behind MetaMask.
Yeah. Interesting. It's sort of like what we were talking about with Mix, right? It put in its W, but then it's ranging out. The reason it's ranging out is because of its downtrend. Yeah. So same thing as I was talking about Mix. You're waiting to see. It's almost like these alts are holding their breath to see what Bitcoin's going to do. Right? They're holding their setups, but they haven't made a move. But yeah, I mean, you could look at this two ways. You could look at this as a W pattern that hasn't played out yet, or you can pull the wedge. Right. Either way, you're getting that on top of what's an attempt to build structure here. Wrong tool. Right. That's the bullish attempt here. One will give you the other. And if your wedge plays out, then that'll also give you the break of your W. At that point, you'd be looking for a retest and a continuation. But there's a lot of steps in between here and there. You're going to make a decision here by Sunday. By Sunday, this will pick a direction either way. Right by the end of the week. The way it looks right now is just really just going to sit here and do this until then. No problem, bro. What time is it? I got to order my food. What are y'all having for dinner tonight? What's on the menu, y'all? I need some inspiration. I haven't even ordered yet. I appreciate you, Neve. I haven't had Indian food in a while, actually. Doesn't sound bad. Uh-oh. Looks like me and Emil. I need a Bitcoin. Drop me a Bitcoin. Come on. I'm screwed unless I grab this Bitcoin. No! Bro, why do I always do that? I deserve to die right there. Never pick fighting over accumulating Bitcoin. That's just a good life rule right there. Need a rematch. Bro, I'm already at half health. I literally just got poked once by everybody on the field. Pause. I see what it is. You guys are jumping me. Okay. Andrew, you better win, bro. You killed me, so that means you gotta win it all. Oh, damn. Gonna be a close one.
Yo, D, I'm already up 88% on that move. The next candle just blew up.
Nice, hell yeah. Damn right. Did it hit that measured move already? No, it didn't, but it broke out. Whoop. Bang, bang. You in through that vector now. Yeah, I know what you mean, Tool. There's just so much liquidity to the top side that needs to be grabbed. You know what they say, though, like the market can stay irrational for longer than you can stay solvent. So during this time where it's like not making sense, you really got to protect your capital. Because this shit could stay weird for a little while. At this point, type 1s would be moving their stop losses underneath type 2, locking in those gains. Type 2s, you'd be waiting for type 4s to get their entry and to take out those highs, and then moving your stop underneath type 4s. And then you just milk this thing for as long as she runs. Might be coming in for those type 4s now. What's it doing, Neve? A failed authorization loop. Yeah, you can go ahead and do it. Let me see if I can dig in with AI and see what's happening with that. It's just over the last couple days, right? All right, yeah, I'll dig into it and figure out what the hell's going on there. I appreciate you, bro. Let me see if I can find out what the hell is wrong with WAP. All right. Apparently, WAP has a bot now. The bot said if they're having troubles when they get it, it's because they're not signing into WAP with their Discord account. So maybe we got to do a better job to explain to people that they need to sign in to WAP with their Discord account, so that everything happens automatically. Yeah, I'll add it to the instructions in the description. All right, I added it. Join the Cypher family. Log into WAP with your Discord credentials to automatically receive your Discord family role. Goat doesn't even look like he's supposed to be there, bro. Goat looks like he broke in from a whole different cartoon. Let's try our luck. Let's see what we get. Bowser. Hey, take it easy there, Bowser. Your hands to yourself. Measured move on the flag takes us into mid 70s. Definitely a bullish setup, but it needs follow through, man. The setups are like perfectly paved roads, right? It's like you can see the road from here to 73. But without retail coming in paying for gas, the market maker is not going to fill the tank and take us the whole way by himself. And unfortunately, the majority of retail is still kind of shook. We can move these down now. Our bulls must hold line. We can move it down to 65.8. And our bears must break. We have to move down to our 67.8. We get trapped underneath here, and underneath this 50 is just going to roll over. Try to remember that we're counter trending the higher time frames. Right. This is not an uptrend. We had somewhat, but haven't put in higher highs. So we're still in the downtrend, and you have to keep that in mind when you're sitting on the 15-minute. All right, give me a second. Go open the door so my food can just put it on the porch. I'll be right back.
Where's the bottom of the trend of the descending wedge? How long will it descend?
What's the word, gang?
What's up, Dbloc?
Not a whole hell of a lot. Just finished eating. That was good. Very necessary. I'm trying to talk myself out of going to the gym. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, guys, we're trapped between that 50 and that 800. Right, so bulls need to hold 6-6. Bears need to break 6-7-5. And we're squeezing between our EMAs. We know when our EMAs bunch up and go sideways that we're looking at a range sort of scenario. It feels like it, right? Feels like we can trap already. But now tomorrow is trap day, so pay attention to the fast moves tomorrow and don't get caught up. Live look like a freaking little Jedi. That's probably where we'll get it, that 10 a.m. dip. Yeah, Axiom is what he was talking about. About it. Interesting because Axiom started to go up in the Axiom started to go up pretty heavy on Poly Market. Somebody knew. Either that or, like I said, so many people were digging into every company now just to try to get in front of that bet. Mm-mm. Daily looks like shit, but I don't see the head and shoulders that you're talking about. But it does look like shit. Clearly in a downtrend. I know we did this before, but it's worth doing again. Let's rewind to last time. The reason I'm doing this isn't to say, hey, look, this is what's going to happen. It's to explain that what's happening now isn't any different. This move up here is what everybody wants, obviously. Only reason it sucks is because we zigged when we should have zagged. Right? But the same consolidation now down goes into that reversion. Right? If you wanted to be generous, you could even go like this. Right? It's just a part of the cycle that we're in. Now, will we extend for this long? Will we chop, 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 finally take out the tops just enough to convince everybody that the bull market is back right before it rolls over? It's a good chance. There's a pretty good chance. If we line it up as close as we possibly can, just for time purposes, right? We're not trying to see where it goes up. We're trying to judge the time that it took last time for this to settle and drop. Right? From now to the time that we actually topped out was about 24 hours. From now to the time that we broke and capitulated was about 13 days. So just to put it into perspective a little bit. So I think that whether we get another move up or not, to me, honestly, doesn't matter. But if we do, I think that top is limited. Right? Remember the last time that we popped up was about 27%. 27% brings us to mid 60s. I mean, mid 70s, sorry. I know everybody wants that CME gap at 84. That would be great. But however it plays out, that's, in my opinion, the ultimate top. Then we roll over, come down to the bottom of this accumulation at 52 and drag sideways for several months until eventually we get the news story that breaks us down into capitulation and gives us our bottom. Till then, every rally is to be faded, in my opinion. right, let's zoom in a little so we're not sitting here. 1 minute. All right, we'll take this step by step. Price drop, fanned out EMAs, mean reversion, incoming. No real stopping volume candle on the 1. 5 minute had a tweezer bottom. 800 EMA held. If the 50 holds, we'll reach out, grab the 200 daily open, 800 EMA before we roll over. $13 EMA just cost a 50 on the 1, right? Snipers would have already been in at the structural tweezer bottom. Scalpers that felt like scalping the 1 minute would be getting their signal to get in now. Really low time frame sniper shit. There goes your flip of your bullish momentum. $200 EMA is your TP1 when you're sniping on high leverage. 800 EMA is your TP2, and then your runner takes into effect after you scoot your stops up. This is just for people who are bored as shit and trading just to feel something, though, because, I mean, there's nothing sexy about this, right? It's not a perfect entry, like I said. No stopping volume candle. It's not a prime setup. But the logic of the 1 minute has your market maker motivations above, and it has enough gas to where retail isn't really needed to carry the load. This is where your 5 minute type 2s and your 1 minute type 4s come in. Right. 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait, my bad. Did that wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just running through this really quick because we're on the 1 minute. It's just TA on the go. That's what your scalpers and your snipers on the 1 minute are looking at. On the 5 minute, if you didn't take your type 1 entry, you're waiting for a type 2 entry, which will probably come at that 50 EMA. And you're waiting for pop up, retrace. All while understanding that you're literally scalping percentages on a counter trend rally here. Yeah, the 1 minute W will fractal into the 5, into the 15, and hopefully effectively into the higher time frames and turn your scalp into a swing, you know? I don't like to push stop up until the support is created on the time frame that I took the trade, right? So like if I take the trade on the 1 minute and I take a type 1 entry, type 2 comes out. As soon as we pop type 3, as soon as we break out, get above the 50, then I move my shit to type 2. When we come back and retrace and get type 4 and type 4 takes out type 3's tops, then I can move my stop underneath the 50. Right, always one step sort of behind it. All right, short time frame, higher leverage scalpers will be taking their first TPs here. %50 TP makes it a free trade. Next target is the 800. 25% TP at the 800 puts you into, excuse me, puts you into runner territory. At that point, you're way more flexible with your options. You lock in those wins and you do it again, and you do it again, and you do it again.
So when does Cypher School start?
Hopefully in about 2 weeks. There's a lot of people that are Ramadan and they're fasting, and I personally need at least about a week to get everything done. In about a week, all the material will be done. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the Cypher School library. I've got some PDFs or some books in there that I'm going to be using during the thing. So if anybody wants to get their reading on, you can start sort of pre-reading. So by next week, I think we'll drop the syllabus and we'll open the library.
So how much is it? Is it to get into the Cypher School?
As long as you've got your, as long as you're in the Discord, you're good. If you got your family rolling the Discord, it's free.
All right, yeah. So as long as I pay my 50, I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool.
Yeah, just trying to add value for the OGs and people that have been here already. In the future, it'll probably go up, but and then you guys will be able to go to every Cypher School from here on out, you know, because things will change. Like I said, the focus on this one is going to be really getting down the basics and preparing to get this dip, right? Which is the most important thing for us to be focusing on, is preparing to get this macro dip at the bottom of this bear market. But the next semester of Cypher School that might happen closer to the top, right? That one might have more focus on how to get out at the tops, you know?
Hell yeah, and that'll be cool for like the next couple of classes for have the guys that have been in for a while to come back in and get some testimony. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. Not only that, but when we get the rush of brand new people coming in and there's a million questions of what's a vector or what's a EMA, it's like now everybody's on the same page, and you know, it'll just be a more helpful sort of community. But we're going from scratch. I mean, we're going the first 2 or 3 chapters, we won't even be looking at charts. We're starting from the overall thesis to the major cycles, and then we'll boil it all the way down to candles. Yeah, if you're in now, you've got your OG role from being here before the first semester for the first year of all this. You guys are good to go from here on out for Cypher School. And the Discord, like I said, like when I said one-time fee, I meant to, like, even if we go to subscription-based or a higher one-time fee, like, you guys are good money. You help build this shit. And some of you guys that are coming in at the tail end, you're just, you know, you're like getting lucky. We love y'all too. But yeah, some of us have been together like 5 years, man, 6 years now going on. And just on the channel alone, like, right, it's over a year from people that got here when there was nobody in the chat. We used to sit in here with 30 people in the chat, 20 people in the chat.
Yeah, I've been here. Biscuit here.
Yeah.
A long time. That was the crazy days, dude.
Yo, you're not lying. It was good to get to experience that though before I had my own Discord, because like now we know how things can get. You know what I mean?
For
So
sure.
like
Yeah,
we're
they can get
more
crazy real
like
quick.
conscious of not letting shit get out of control because it can get bad, bro. All right, type 4 entry, guys. Anybody that's looking for the type 4s on 1, they just joined the party. Let's put up our volume so we can. All right. This is exactly what you want when you're a type 4 trader. Right? You've been patient. You didn't take the bottom. You didn't take the second. You watch the pattern play out. You wait for it to break, and then you wait for traders to sort of come in with strength. This is sort of your highest percentage chance of these things playing out. Not a guarantee, obviously. This could just rip and come down. But what this lets you know is that when you took that type 4 entry, you weren't the only one. Your stops are very close underneath, so it's like less than 1% on type 4s, sort of similar to type 1s. It's one of those, if you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're out. What kills type 4s on lower time frames, which is why I say you really should, excuse me, you really should trade momentum on the 5-minute, but snipers are going to snipe, is that on the 5-minute, if this decides to come down for its type 2 entry now, right, because you've only got type 1 entry on the 5, type 2 would have to come down and give you. So if that decides to come down and do it now instead of doing it at the end of this vector, then it's going to take type 4 and type 3 traders out. I appreciate that, Tony. It's my bad, bro. For the past, like, honestly, like, I would say 6 or 7 months now, I've been living on a UK Asia schedule. So, like, people that come on during the day on US, they probably think this is just one of those channels where someone just shows the chart. All right, everybody's currently happy in their positions right now. Type 2 traders are waiting to take out this high so they can move their stop underneath type 4. Pop, pop, pop. Yeah, this could be a rising wedge. This could also be a bear flag. Remember what happens in these points, right? You've got, this is a bull and bear fight. Right? We talk about all the time how slow breaking W's create bear flags. Right? For the most part, this is a slow breaking W. Right? A fast breaking W, as soon as it hits, it goes, connects, and pops. But because of that, right, you've got bear structure. Right? It happens every time. What you're seeing is bullish whales or bearish whales and market maker both trying to paint a picture that retail identifies with, so that they can help get into their targets. They can get some help getting to their targets. The patterns are just suggestions. What you want to watch is the momentum, and you want to watch where market maker steps in at. Right. So far, he stepped in to hold type 2, to break type 3, and to hold type 4. But you're absolutely correct to be worried. Remember, this measured move takes you to 673. Right? You could get to 673 and not break the bearishness. Right? This could literally come down, hit target, and then break bear flag. Which is why I said that we're counter trading trend. You would take the length of the drop into the flag. Right, so if that's your bear flag. Some people would get aggressive and take it all the way from the top. But to me, there's significant enough price action to break the trend. So that would be a 665 if it broke down. But we don't see any sign of that yet. I actually see the opposite. Right? Every time we touch down on that trend, we wick out of there. I mean, you're getting seller exhaustion on alts, as you can imagine. Right? So whenever BTC stops dropping, you're gonna get some movement on alts. The problem is when BTC starts to drop again, it's just gonna be accelerated. I think you should 1000% take advantage of the pumps that we're seeing and the setups we're seeing, but you have to keep in mind the overall picture. Right? Unless BTC can get above 70 and hold, then alts don't stand much of a chance to keep pushing forward. Unless we literally just range here. But a continued drop with Dom where it's at, in my opinion, wouldn't be good for for Bitcoin. This drop is what's given us so much love on alts. The drop on Dom. Resistance is being kind of annoying here. Pop, pop, pop. No, fixed date. No, not yet. Soon though, I'll put a message out to I'll put a message out to Discord, so anybody that hasn't got their family roll can get it, and then I'll make sure that I put it in YouTube as well with enough time. You're coming up to your TA if you took this W trade, if you just took mean reversion, sniper entries with absolutely no patterns, you're looking for that hit of the 800. Either way, GG's. 1 minute TA has concluded. Now this entire thing that you just saw play out will play out on the 5 minute, right? If there's strength. But you notice what's different here? See how your 800 is underneath us, right? This is where we're trapped between our 200 and our 800. So mean reversion literally just calls for us to continue doing what we're doing, right? Unless a decision is made to go for the psych high. And these are static market maker targets, right? They never move. Daily open, psych high, psych low. These are dynamic market maker targets. 50 EMA, 200 EMA, 800 EMA. Your dynamic market maker targets are stronger with the absence of sentiment when you're trading counter sentiment. If we were bullish right now, then you could, you know, sort of count on them going for psych high and psych low. But in my opinion, we're still looking pretty negative here in most people's eyes. You'd be 75% out of this trade now, and you'd have a runner waiting for when you lost momentum, right? Meaning when your 13 crosses your 50 EMA. That's the just in case runner if you want to keep something alive. But perfect top. Now our shorters, right? Our short scalpers would be looking to start their trades. Right? This would be a type 1 entry for shorts. We invert the chart, right? Vectors down, stopping volume candle, bullish engulfing, right off of the 800 EMA. But there's not a lot of juice in this trade, right? Even if you play it the same thing, right? 250, I mean, it's getting, the range is shrinking, right? It's a lot of work for not a lot of, you know, a lot of squeeze for not a lot of juice. Now our traders on the 5 minute, right, are still in their type 1 entries on the 800. Right, so they're waiting for a type 2 entry now to start to form out. Right, which would probably be down here, so. So you see how it's different speeds of trading, right? You get to pick your speed depending on what works the best for your trading style. Like our EMAs are shrinking in on each other, right? So just simply playing mean reversion from one extreme to the other is becoming less and less lucrative because they're all converging, right? We have to break our EMAs and get a nice like sweep out of there, and then we can counter trade back into those EMAs. But right now we're just banging around. Like you saw, we had to go all the way down to the 1 minute just to find something to trade. Right. What you want to do is you want to look for where your EMAs are fanned out from each other. right? And you want to trade into that, into those gap fills. Psychological low and psychological high are the leading market maker targets here, or the remaining market maker targets here, I should say. The best chance we have of getting that, though, is retracing. The reason I say that is because we squeeze into this, our retracement's going to be much harder. Right? I would much rather retrace here, hold, put in structure, right? And then have this breakout. And take us into the psych ranges. It's just more sustainable move. The same way that when we got bullish momentum, right? When our 13 crossed the 50 here on the minute, we got that bullish momentum and price had to come back and retest the 50, right? Before pushing away. Look at the 5 minute. See how we're just trying to get that bullish momentum on the 5 now? Right, so typically what will happen is price will come back into that 5 EMA cloud and hold, and as it pushes away, that's what drags the 50 EMA across. But we haven't got positive momentum or bullish momentum on the 5 minute yet. Only ones that are in at this point are snipers who took type 1 entries, and they're waiting for their trade to be confirmed by that flip of bullish momentum. We can get rid of these. These have already played out, right? Right now we're looking at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 would be up here. And the fractal continues. Right? Take the same W from before. The bet that you're making is that it holds support or the uptrend. Right? We don't draw patterns out before they form, but I just want to show you how the pattern fractals, right? What we're expecting. Expectation just gives you something to judge the current candles on, right? It's not. And then that then comes here. Sort of what you'd be looking for. We'll let it play out before we draw it, though. I don't want anybody to pick up that bad habit. But in your mind, always have the pattern that you think is forming, right? That gives you something to invalidate. Couple of the mod hoodies started to ship. I'm not gonna lie. There is a chance that mods have the dopest hoodie yet. There's gonna be similar drops coming. So once we get into like the beginning of Cypher School and we start really dialing down the identity, right? People start to pick whether they're gonna be a sniper or a scalper or like a macro surfer. I'm gonna have a little drop for that. But I guess I can show chat, right? There's nothing. Doesn't hurt if they see the hoodies. This colorway I think is my favorite, that blue. Nah, that color is it though. Daytime with the clouds out. That color is it. Yeah, with the shield and the wrench. Don't let that go over your head. Mod gang. This is like insider trading. And then the jean one I think is dope too. This is the back of the hoodie. Super dope. Type 2 traders might have to wait a little longer here. Let me see, what did that drop to on the fibs? No, that's enough. Oh wait, that's not the top. The top is over here. I like to see these retracements come down to at least the 382 for type 2 entries. I mean, I guess you can say that's within the margin of error. I'm not trading this though, y'all. I'm playing, I'm doing a couple things on the side. I'm like playing 4 different roles right now. Yeah, I'm gonna have t-shirts and some tank tops and shit too. I live in Miami, I feel you, bro. I can't, as much as I would love to stay in the house all day, I gotta go outside. I got you. You don't have the CC right on the ass, so when you're on your jet ski, that's all people see as you flying by them. Guys, if you're going to be dueling for hundreds of thousands of Bitcoin, I don't want any crying about money here. My family is such degens. Oh, yeah. The whole bag on a... the whole bag on the roll of RNG in Avatar duels. Funny. Yeah, I'm opening up 50x leverage dueling next week. So save your Bitcoin. What's going on, Diaries? I'm good, bro. You? Yeah, I mean, it's this one that we're sitting in. Like I said, we're on the 1 minute, so you can't see it, but that's the big picture story, or at least the mid picture story. I heard if you're wearing a Cypher sweater when you duel, you get automatic crits. But I can neither confirm nor deny. So far, respecting that uptrend. He hit you so hard that you spit out a Bitcoin, Robo. I was like, what the hell? That's what it looked like. I try to time it to where only you two are in the battle royale. Oh, damn, it's on me too. Oh, you grab both of those and you win. Oop. Uh-oh. If you would have grabbed those two. Might be it, though. One more. As long as Robo doesn't grab that. Oh, you got it. GG's. That was clutch. Lesson of the day, never leave Bitcoin just laying on the ground if you see it. You got to use it in the store to buy like stuff for your character. You spend it in the Philippines. Damn, what a slaughter. RH with the W. No, I'm just in the old trade. I didn't add anything here. I'm just in my type 1, type 2 in the bottoms. Like I said, there's not a lot of meat left in this bone. And I'm doing a couple things on the side. It depends if the fractal continues, right? If we keep bullish, then we'll fractal into the 15-minute, right? And we'll follow the setup up through the 15-minute. But psychological high and low, like I said, are the top market maker targets that are still active. So if we do manage to play this out, this will probably have to fractal one more time to the 15-minute to get us that psych high. I know it can be confusing if you're new, but remember, we came and we got that W. Wait, I mean to do that. We had that W pattern here where we had our type 1, type 2, right, all the way up through 5. That played out. Then we came down and put in type 2s, right? So now we have this W. Oh, right, that measured move pops us. But then, in my opinion, we need one more fractal. Right, so the way I see that playing out, if it was to fractal, if it was to continue to grab that top target, would be we pop out, don't hit our full measured move on this, pop into resistance, come back down, hold support. And then we do what we just did right here. We do it here on the 15-minute. And then we go get that psych high. This on the 15-minute is literally just V-shaped. That's just some shit to do when we're bored, Coldcat. Press exclamation mark and jump to get some of these Bitcoins so you could spend it in the store before the rest of these savages grab it. There's like a 3-second delay on the jump though, so you gotta time it. No, it's not Elliott waves. It's the way that we track when traders enter a specific trade. They're not waves. Type 1 traders enter on the falling knife. Right? Type 2 wait for a retrace. Type 3 plays the breakout. Type 4 waits for the pivot for the confirmation. And then don't worry about type 5s. Type 5s are the tarantarants that we all sell our bags to. There's no type 5 traders in here. Yeah, no problem. I know it can be confusing. Stop loss of type 3 is tight. Stop loss of type 3 is right underneath. It depends, right? If you're trading leverage, your stop loss on type 3 would be right underneath the break, right underneath the neckline. You would have been stopped out already at your type 3 trade. If you wanted to play it safely, you could have your type 3 trade at your type 2 entries, right? Right where your type 2s have their stop loss. I don't like type 3 entries at all. At all. If I'm going to play a type 3 entries, the times in the past where I've played a type 3 entries has been on higher leverage with super tight stop. And I'm only playing that impulsive move out, and I only play it into liquidations. Yeah, breakout trading is risky. People don't realize the benefit of type 4 is that, so this is why there's type 3 and type 4 traders, right? Your type 3 traders are type 4 traders that are tired of getting left behind on trades, right? When price pops, like 60 to 70% of the time, you'll get that retrace or that Livermore pivot, right? That's when type 4 traders get in. But the times that it doesn't, right? The type 4 traders that don't want to take that risk start getting the habit of type 3 trading, where they might start their entry here and then add to their entry at a type 4. But the problem is, so think of it like this. Price comes up, pops up, RSI gets blown out, right? Your RSI is at the highs now. So it's got to come down a bit. So it comes down a bit, but it doesn't come all the way down. By the time you're at type 3, your RSI is already back up at the highs, right? Sometimes waiting for type 4 to get that type 4 entry with the RSIs cooled down a little bit, right? It gives you more, a better potential for actual move. And just remember, on the 1 minute, we're still up against our 800 EMA here, right? We're bunched up. This is where your type, this is where your traders on the 15-minute start to get ready for entry. Right, you're V-shaped on the 15-minute, even on the 10-minute. Right, type 2 traders haven't gotten an entry here at all. Be looking for a move down to 382. in this trade, only type 1 traders are involved. Right? On the 5-minute, type 1, type 2 traders, type 3 traders got liquidated. On the 1 minute, your trade's already played out. If anything, you have a runner that you're trying to figure out what's going to happen with it. We'll watch to see if we lose momentum on the 1 minute, and then we'll watch to see that roll over. But if we hold momentum, that's the first sign that the fractal is going to continue. I'll be right back. Give me a second, yo. What's good, chat? Getting back to the camera. Hey, what do you know? Oh, when Bitcoin does what it's supposed to do when it's supposed to do it.
You got that right.
Everybody locking their gains up here, or what are we doing? What's going on, Harry? Man. Sorry. Couldn't ask for a better playout than that. Right to the dot on the arrow. What did Soul do? Very nice. Type 4 traders didn't get a Type 4 traders didn't get an entry here, huh? It's one of the rare wins for breakout traders. Give me a second. I'm trying to find something.